All right. Good evening, everyone. Well, first of all, let's do a chair check. Yep, needed to be moved up. Okay, and I'm also going to dog beds out of my way. Oh, I think I just need to move one. What is that on the floor? There we got, I don't know what this is. I think it's a part of my dog's shoe that he left around on the floor. Alright, so move the dog bed so I can actually move my chair up here. Last night, we finished the quest Out of the Shadow, and that was a really long quest. It was a main quest. It was much longer than I thought it would be. I also did a whole bunch of side quests and hunt marks, so that also took up like the entire stream. What level am I? I am level 35. Okay, so there is a rank S hunt board mark, but I don't want to do that one until I'm level 40. But I think I've completed all the other ones. Okay, so now we are going to start Onward, but there is, I think, another side quest. Yeah, there's another side quest I can pick up over here. Mid's dungeon? What? That's what they're calling it? Not Mid's workshop? Why they gotta call it a dungeon? I mean, I know it's like in below, well, I guess it's not below ground exactly, but it's in like the lower depths of the hideaway, but it's not a dungeon.
My favorite pupil. What is it that you wish to learn?
Okay, I just did that to get rid of the little yellow notification. I think that goat had a side quest too.
Quick look.
Yeah. Okay, we could do that one. But first I'm gonna go grab that other side quest in Mid's dungeon, apparently, is what we're calling it. So that one's got a plus sign on it. So if you were not aware, the side quests with the plus signs on them, you definitely want to do those because they enhance something of yours. Like, they'll actually, like, give you something, a permanent effect in battle or something.
Sid, reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright. Why not?
Proper job.
Wonder what this is gonna give me.
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
Alright. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh? I've tried to find a supplier for this stuff, but it's rare as Chocobo's teeth. Either someone brings down a Bomb King and picks up the ash, or... I don't know. You wait for one to snuff it of old age?
So it's always a fight. Always a fight. Could have made something different, but no. Okay, actually, you know what? Hold on one sec. I was going to do this before, but I forgot. I need to look up my commands because I have been getting raided lately, but my commands are not really... They were set up for Twitch originally. And I have... So my shoutout command, it was really set up for Twitch. So it's supposed to display the person's name and then what they were last playing, but it really doesn't work for YouTube. So I'm just gonna remove... Well, the part where it says their name works. I'm just gonna remove the game part. And then I said I would put in a watch hours command too. But I would have to update that one manually every time. However, I guess we could do that. Let me test it. Add command. Okay, I think that might be a fun command to do just like until I get to partner. I'm gonna test it out. I mean, I'll have to manually update it every time, but I'm okay with that. Wait, is that correct? Current YouTube public watch hours is or are? Okay, and then I'm gonna remove this because that was just a test. Okay, so oh, well, I know it worked. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna put Rebecca MC's current YouTube public watch hours. Okay. All right, so I think that takes care of the grammar problem. It's just gonna say Rebecca MC's current public watch hours, colon, and then whatever the current is. I mean, I will have to update it manually every time, like I said, but I think that's okay. Because it's just gonna be until I get to partner. But I guess it will be kind of hard to keep up with because it only updates every, like, what, 24 hours or so? Okay, stop off at the hunt board. See where this Bomb King is. Ask about bomb sightings. Are you on the hunt for a Bomb King, Kupo? If so, I have a billet that might interest you. Okay, so some of these notices don't show up until you get the quest for it. Bomb King. A cursebreaker aiming for the Imperial chase took a wrong turn into a nearby wood, within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship, and within them a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. The soldier later identified the creature in an almanac of echoes, but was firm in her insistence that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size of the one depicted therein. Okay, so the Croc Sambrek. The Croc, where's that? See, I have to write these down because it doesn't... Well, if it's attached to a quest, it might. But otherwise, it doesn't allow me to tag the location. Or log it or track it. Yeah, it just says use the hunt board to locate the Bomb King. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Goat and pick up that other quest. Get cart. So I have been doing all the side quests just because they do add to the world. And you get some pretty good rewards, honestly. Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, hey, that's so funny because you know what? I just added a watch hours command. So if you do ! watch hours, it will tell you my current hours because I know you're gonna ask. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? And I did edit my shout out command to change it so that it doesn't say the name of the game anymore, since that doesn't really work for YouTube. Okay, so
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed.
Jill's with me. I didn't even realize she was with me.
Was on the trail today.
So how was your stream? Hi, Legion, hello. What were you playing? Since the command doesn't tell me anymore. Okay, we're not gonna fight these guys. We're gonna skip them. We're just gonna go straight for that side quest. But I think it might be close enough that they're gonna follow me. Nope. Never mind. Hey Rebecca, hey Nola boy, how are you? Thanks so much for coming in. Snow Runner. How was that?
Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Oh, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
I mean, there's two of them though. It doesn't look like they would have any trouble either. Does the watch hours command update automatically? No, I have to do it manually. I don't know if there's a way I can have it update automatically. And it would go up and down since it only calculates from the past 365 days. But I figure that's just like a fun thing to do while I'm on my way to partner. And then once I get to partner, I can just stop doing it. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Hope all is well with you. Everything's good. We just got our first ATB. Well, the Dallas area, like, it has a couple of ATBs around already, but like my city just got their first one. It opened on Wednesday. Like the grand opening was on Wednesday. So it wasn't like just open today, but it just opened like within the past week. So it was like insane there. And for those of you who don't know, ATB is this big grocery store chain in Texas. It's like very, very, very popular. But it didn't have any locations in the Dallas area until like very recently. But it's really big in Austin.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those broad shoulders.
And everybody's obsessed with ATB. But I mean, it's just a grocery store.
Hoping to make a heavy purse in Bocklad, Our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
Nope.
So, my
Put an end to those bandits.
cousin and
Put
aunt
us in the right
visited
direction.
Texas before,
You do that. We'll take care of the rest.
and they went to HEB, and then they came back and visited a second time, and they like really wanted to go to HEB,
You'll be doing
but this, I mean, this was in
favor if you
Austin,
can clear out that pass.
where HEBs are a lot more common.
I dare say they'll give you a hero's welcome.
But I was like, why do you guys want to go to HEB? It's just a grocery store. And they were like, yeah, but it's a really cool grocery store.
But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of them.
Well, there are bandits lying in wait.
These must be our bandits.
That's what I said.
Take the time.
Yeah, watch hours don't mean anything after partner. It kind of helps with sponsors and stuff, but by that time you'll be getting hella hours. Yeah. Yeah, so I figure LS, it's just like a fun thing to do while I'm on the journey to partner. Cool, that's where I get my groceries. I love HEB. It is a cool grocery store. But it's like, if I, like, for my cousin and my aunt to visit Texas, and like the first place they want to go was HEB, I was like, oh, really? HEB is great. I have an HEB Plus in my town. What? Wait, there's HEB Pluses? I bet my brother knows about HEB Pluses, because he's in Austin. But yeah, like HEB was insane today. Like everybody wanted to go, because it's like, you know, it's a cool new thing in town. Although there are a few HEBs already, there's just not, we just didn't have one in my town specifically. Although the other ones have, they're not like that far. They're a little bit further than the one that opened in my town. But it's not like, you know, it's not like inaccessible. They do have some pretty cool stuff though. Yeah, I'm just outside of Austin. Oh, nice. Okay, so then you're like my brother.
No.
You'd be a lot more familiar with HEB than me. Because the Dallas area didn't get their first HEB until, I don't even know when. It was like super recent. It was only within like the past couple of years. But like everybody thought I had an HEB just because I'm in the Dallas area. And I'm like, no, like not us.
Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
Oh, okay.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
Well, you just have to offer some kind of payment. I don't really care. Okay, so when my cousin and my aunt were like really into going back to HEB the second time they visited Texas, I was like, why? And they were like, oh, well, it's like, it's so cool, like the layout of it and everything. And I'm like, okay.
And you're not getting any more. Now piss off.
I will admit they did have some pretty cool stuff. Okay, so the Bomb King is in the Croc. I don't know where that is. Wow, I too thought HEB was in all the major Texas cities. Well, it is now, but for a really long time, the Dallas area did not have an HEB. Actually, you know what? Let me look up when the Dallas area got their first HEB. I bought some crawfish from HEB last week. The line was crazy outside. Yeah, I mean, I've been to HEBs in Austin, and I mean, they're all over the place in Austin, but even then they're like they're crazy. Oh my god, you guys should have seen HEB today in my city. Like, it was insane because this HEB only opened, you know, on Wednesdays. When did Dallas get its first HEB? Okay, so September of last year was when we got our first HEB in Frisco. So we didn't get, so it wasn't even within the last couple of years. Well, it was, but it was only within the last year. So it hasn't even been a year yet since we had our very first HEB. Okay, so that's Rosaria. Where's Sambrec? This is Dalmechia. Here's Sambrec. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Open world map. Local map. Okay, the Croc. Where's the Croc? Oh, what is this area? This looks like an unexplored area that I haven't done yet. So is this, but there's a little red sign there that says I can't go there. Unnamed Chapel. Great name. Baywatch. There's a place called Baywatch here. Is this all the same map? Okay, where is this place? The Croc, Sambrec. The Dragon's Eyrie Obelisk. Where is that one? Dragon's Eyrie. Okay, here's the Dragon's Eyrie. And okay, so it's like, oh, it's not marked. It's not marked on the map, but it's somewhere like right here. Oh, right. They don't let me place markers on a map that I'm not in, which seems kind of silly. We used to live in Cali for most of my life, and I can tell you the grocery stores where I grew up don't stack up to HEB. Oh, really? What part of California? I have family in the San Francisco area. So I love California. I've been there a bunch of times. But I don't think I could ever live there. It is so expensive. I don't know how my family like affords to live there. Well, my aunt and uncle, I mean, they bought their house like years ago. What? Isn't this where the Bomb King is supposed to be? Yeah, Bay Area, San Jose specifically. Oh, okay. So you're close by. Oh, it's over here, I think. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so I have to go here. All right, I need a chocobo. Price is one reason we moved. Unless you bought in decades ago, it's rough. Yeah. Yeah, that's why everybody's moving. That's why everybody's moving to Texas. Like, Texas is getting way more expensive now because everybody wants to move here. So my oldest sister, she lives up in Boston. That's where I'm from. And I moved to Dallas, and then about like 3 years later, my brother moved to Austin, and then our other sister lives in San Francisco. So we're like all over the place. So my oldest sister is the only one left in Boston.
That'll do, girl.
And when she found out how much the cost of living is in Texas, she was like, oh, maybe I should move there too. And my brother was like, no, don't move here, we're full. Because he is getting tired of people moving here so much. Yes, we apologize, but we love it here. Yeah. Well, Austin is definitely, I think, the most like Californian. I think when people move to Texas, they tend to move to Austin. Oh, this is okay. I'm in the wrong area. We need to go this way. I didn't even realize there was a path here. I mean, there's such a better quality of life in Texas, though. But everybody's like, why would you move to Texas? Like, aren't they all Republicans and Trump supporters, and they don't allow abortions, and they're like super religious and ride horses to work and all this stuff? I'm like, no, they're just, I mean, I guess they're a little different, but they're cities. I mean, look at this face. This is not a white person face. Like, I'm a minority.
What we have here.
And I'm fine here.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
I love Boston. Traffic's so bad though. Yeah. I would never want to drive around Boston or New York. I have a friend that lives in New York. I would never want to drive around there. And Boston is also really expensive. Like, I used to think I would move back, but I don't think I can. You get so much for your money in Texas. Does he not have a stagger? Ride horses to work. I cannot make this up. I've literally had people say this to me. I mean, I love Boston, like that's where I'm from, but Texas is not a bad place. But I used to think that way too, because that's a very common attitude up in the Northeast. Like, what, Texas? Like, Texas is a horrible place. So I used to think that too. So if I thought that too, why did I move here, you ask? I don't really know. I guess I just, at the time, like, I never lived anywhere else, and I wanted to like do something adventurous. Like, I never really got to do anything. Like, in my entire life before I moved to Texas, I just never really got to do anything. So I got offered a job in Texas and I was like, okay, this is my chance to like do something I've never done before and like take a risk. This is the Bomb King and he's got a move called Coronation. Horse runner LJS. Well, I'm sure cowboys do ride their horses to work. Yeah, that would be appropriate though. I mean, like in a city, you don't have people doing that. Figuratively, the smoldering soul of a bomb given life by unknown magics. Literally a very hot rock. Fortunately, there are myriad uses for such a thing. Obtained by defeating the Bomb King.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. That should do it. If a wine needs more than this, he can fetch it himself.
I mean, but people back home, if they ever come to visit Texas, they're very surprised by what Texas has to offer, because that's just like the attitude of a lot of people in the Northeast, and that's what I was taught too, is like everyone here is like super Republican and conservative and Trump supporters who like
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
hate anybody that's not white, and like it's just it's honestly, I'm like, don't you think that's just as bad as them, like what you think you think they're so judgmental, but isn't this just as bad? Like you don't even know them, like you've never even been to Texas. This is why it's good to travel, because you get to see different places and what the people are like there, and then you learn that people are really like the same everywhere.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
I have it here.
It is hypothesized that the bomb's inclination to self-destruct during violent encounters is a form of collective preservation, akin to how a honeybee will sting a threat to the hive at the cost of its own life. Okay, yeah, I guess, but like, you know, a bee is an insect. You know, it's just an animal. It's not thinking about anything. It's not like, I have to protect the hive at the cost of my own life. Like, it's just doing what its instinct tells it to do.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the alembic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then, let's get this contraption up and running.
All our friends told us we'd encounter a bunch of racism. Me too. Instead, someone bought our lunch when we came to scope out the houses. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got told the same thing. Like, wait, you're moving to Texas, but you're not white? I'm like, okay.
On the limbic, and it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
And then people would be like, aren't you gonna have a hard time there?
I still haven't returned the favor.
I'm like, I don't know. I guess I'll go find out.
The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly. Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in.
Do I get a
Some magic on that.
inventory upgrade?
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest leather supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. But I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze.
Yes, I do get an inventory upgrade.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
But yeah, I mean, there's
Leave it with me. I'll only be a man.
there's also racist and conservative people up in the Northeast too, you know, like they're everywhere.
Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
So I will say I had to learn what bless your heart meant when I moved here, but I'm well aware of what it means now. Treated potion satchel. Were the same exotic compound that was applied to the leather of the satchel be kneaded into a pair of boots, they should surely become supple enough to accommodate a man with 20 toes, necessary for increasing consumable inventory capacity. So, I had a manager who was like this, she was a very southern lady. And she was pretty, you know, she was pretty conservative. And she said, bless your heart a lot. And she called everybody sweetie and honey. And, you know, she had some pretty conservative views. She was very religious. But I feel like, you know, she's the kind of person that people like think of when they think about Texas. But she was like one of the nicest people I've ever met. Like she eventually, like, we became very close. And I mean, we're not at work together anymore. She left a while ago. But we were very close when we were at work, and she would go around telling people at work that I was like her daughter. Like, so she was like so nice. Like she would like buy me lunch at work, and she would like make sure I was like taken care of, and like whatever I was working on, she would like make sure that I was like happy and okay and everything. And so it's like, you know, you find out that people everywhere are like they're not necessarily what you think they're going to be, or you know, what you're taught they're going to be, which again this is why it's important to travel, because you don't know what other areas are like until you go there. And then it also teaches you shouldn't go in with this like preconceived notion of how people in a certain area are going to be. You have obtained a treated potion satchel, hereby increasing your capacity for carrying consumables. Item slot increases are as followed. So I can carry 6 potions now, 4 high potions, 3 strength tonics, and stone skin tonics. Nice. That was definitely worth doing. I must admit, I have never seen an FF game, let alone played one. Really?
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembic gonna help us make. Just you wait, Sid. Just you wait!
Do you like RPGs?
That leather loosener was only the first of the discoveries the Alembic gonna help us make. Just you wait, Sid.
Think Mid might need some help.
I mean, if you couldn't tell by the name, they are definitely very fantasy. But they're always really different. So this one is 16, but people are like, "What? There's 16 of those games?" But they're an anthology series.
You today, Clive.
Which, if
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
if somebody doesn't know what that means, it means that it's like, yes, it's part of the same series, but none of the stories, unless they're a direct sequel, none of the games have anything to do with each other. They're always different characters, a totally different story, different world, different systems. The goddess Grieger teaches us that to walk with the wretched is an act of greater good. If we are to accept this truth, then one could not rightly call he who follows this path an outlaw, a humble servant. High Cleric's Medallion.
Best of luck out there.
Okay, so you know what? I also have to go stop by the blacksmiths, because I think I need that bomb ember for something. I wanted to forge something that I needed this bomb ember for, but I can't remember what it is. Okay, so that's an accessory that does what? In remote locations where trained physicers cannot be found, the duties of curing the injured of their ails fall to the men and women of the local churches. Light crystal medallions such as these assist the clergy in their healing prayers. Increases the healing potency of high potions by 25%. Oh, so I have something equipped. Wait a minute. Isn't this... Oh. This is healing potency of high potions. The other one I have equipped is just the potions. Okay, maybe I'll keep the cleric's medallion because I carry more potions. I use them more often. We've also encountered a lot of really nice people that go above and beyond what we expected from a neighbor. Yeah, so Southern hospitality is real.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Times helped?
Yeah, though I haven't played a lot of strictly fantasy RPGs. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's pretty niche. This one, though, I feel is more targeted at people who are new to Final Fantasy. Oh, Excalibur! Now I can forge this one. So I needed the Grimelkin hide and the bomb ember, which were both marks. Wow, that increases my stagger and attack by a lot.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Nice. Okay, that's a really good weapon.
Fine.
It doesn't look as cool as my other sword, actually, but it's way better. So there are some recurring things in the Final Fantasy games. So there will be recurring enemies and creatures and like some references and things like that. But other than that, like most of them won't have anything to do with each other. Only if they're a direct sequel. Like Final Fantasy X had a sequel game called Final Fantasy X-2 and it was a direct sequel. But unless it's a direct sequel like that, they don't have anything to do with each other. Okay, this one I read this one about the other day. I'll have you know I ain't never shed a tear in front of no one, not even my mother, and you won't soon catch me doing the like again. So if it please your lordship, we can both forget about the whole damn thing. The Cid I chose to follow all them years ago is gone, and there ain't no dragging him back from the depths of whatever hell he's talked his way into. But his legacy that lives on, in you and everyone else here at the hideaway, sure as the sky is blue. At least I think it's still blue. And as long as it is, I'll be right here where you can count on me. Otto. What? What does he mean? At least I think it's still blue. It's not like we can't see the sun or the sky. Like this is mostly outside. Like if I could just go out here, I can look up and we're outside. And Otto is in an area where he's like outside. Like he's right here. He's right up here. Hey Rebecca, how you been? Hey Lil P, I'm good, how are you? Otto's right here. Okay, you know what? You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to restock my potions. I think I used a potion fighting the Bomb King. There's Torgal. He's a good boy. Not as good as my good boy, but he's still a good boy.
Our pleasure.
You know what? I could probably... Oh, yeah. I forgot that I could, carry some more stuff now.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
I'm robbing her blind when I'm paying her for stuff? How does that make any sense? I got 4 guild bugs.
You got out else?
6 black blood. What?
You got out else?
Black blood sells for a lot. Okay, so now we can move on to... Well, actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's check the alliance reports and see if there's any side quests we can pick up. I guess we might as well check the hunt board too. I'm doing good, just got home from vacation in Florida today, so sucks to be back to the real world, but... Okay. Sorry, my dog is making noises in his crate. I think he just like shook his head. But it was a fun time. How was your weekend? It was good. I didn't really do that much. I was just like a lot of errands, grocery shopping.
What are you doing? Here you go.
It's been really hot here.
Think you can help?
What'd you do in Florida? Did you go to Disney World? I love Disney World. Okay, there's just that Mark S1, or rank S1 that I don't want to do until I'm level 40. Okay, so let's continue the main quest. All right, so 2 side quests within around 45 minutes, a little bit over 45 minutes, but that's pretty good time. Okay, so this is a chocobo. So these are one of the recurring things I talked about in Final Fantasy games. They are okay, so this one's missing an eye. She lost one of her eyes, so that's why she's got an eye patch on that eye, but she's got her other eye. So they are giant birds that people ride in Final Fantasy games, and they're like horses. My sister-in-law says they look like giant chickens, which I guess they kind of do. They're cute though, right? So they're in most Final Fantasy games because they're used as the, you know, the main transport. They used to have airships and like boats and different other modes of transport, but ever since they started doing more action style games, they really don't do that anymore. You don't really get to explore much. So in older Final Fantasy games, you could grab an airship and you could just like fly around the map freely. Can't do that anymore. Like ever since like FF10, I would say they stopped doing that. Okay, so like for instance, like if this was an older Final Fantasy game, I could like get in an airship and I could just like fly all around the, not even this, just this map, like all around this world. I could just like fly around. There'd be music playing and I could just like fly around and look at the world, but you don't get to do that anymore. No Disney World, went further south near Fort Lauderdale. Pretty much hung out at the beach and ate a lot of great seafood, so a nice chill week. And stopped in Savannah, Georgia last night, which was fun. Oh, nice. You know what? I always want to go to Georgia. I've never been there. But I hear it's beautiful. I guess it's not too far from Texas. So why'd you go to Florida? And how long were you there for?
The Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least. The path continues on the other side.
Okay, well, I'm getting this item. Okay, so most chocobos are yellow, like the one Jill is riding. My chocobo is a unique color, but most of them are yellow like that one. So when my niece was born, because my brother plays video games too, and he's the one that got me into video games and Final Fantasy. So when my niece was born, I bought her a chocobo plushie, and my sister-in-law was like, "What is that thing?" Because she doesn't play video games. And I was like, "Oh, it's a chocobo." And she's like, "Oh, what the hell is that?" So I told her like, "Oh, it's a creature in Final Fantasy games. It's like a giant bird that people ride." And I showed her a picture of one. And she was like, "Oh, that looks like a giant chicken." She thought it was cute, though.
This might take a while.
He said that might take a while. False. Never been to that area before, basically, so want to visit it. Was there Saturday through Sunday? Saturday through Saturday. Oh, so entire week? I like the area. Fort Lauderdale was pretty nice. They had some great restaurants and breweries. Nice. I haven't been to that area, but I've been to Disney World. Party. The Final Sin, the Dalmekian Republic.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive.
Oh, the land of the gods.
I remember being captivated by the stories.
You know, that's funny, because it looks like the Garden of the Gods in Colorado.
Man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse.
That's what I said.
Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
Well, it is.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Although, I think times have changed now where you don't necessarily need to read physical books anymore.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
That was convincing. Okay, so this is something that I don't understand about this game either. So, if you were not aware, in this game, people who can cast magic without crystals are called bearers, but they are enslaved by people who can't cast magic without crystals. Which doesn't make any sense to me, because I'm like, wouldn't the magic
true,
people be more advanced?
I've surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it. And I can think of none better suited to the task.
So that's his brother, the little boy.
Dion.
But it should have gone to him.
Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Grieger, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
Oh, he knows about Ultima.
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your Radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
So that is Clive's mom. She is not a good person. Okay, Dion is gonna turn against his dad. I called this a long time ago, but now I'm like really sure.
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
Steps of the Forgotten. Wow, look at that. So this was called what? Like they called this what? Like the City of the Gods or something? And then I said that was funny because it kind of looks like Garden of the Gods in Colorado, which I've been to before. It's very pretty there. It looks kind of similar to this with like a whole bunch of like red rocks and sand, like this reddish sand or dirt, I guess it was. It wasn't sand.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
Garden of the Gods does not have that big waterfall though. That's really cool. This thing's name is a Helgaroo. Like a kangaroo, but from hell. That thing is only level 30. Gabriel, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
Nice try.
Hopefully this encourages you to try out a Final Fantasy game. I will say though, they're all really different. Like this is obviously a much more action-based game, but if you play some of the older ones, some of them are turn-based, some of them are like a hybrid action and turn-based. I mean, they all have different systems. That's what's great about Final Fantasy games though. They're all really different, and they're very innovative. So they introduced the job system in FF5. Although it wasn't great then because it was so new. Like FF5 was really like the first one that had the job system. But it wasn't really that fun because it was like so early in its stages that it wasn't very well developed.
Alright. Headed over to the Crystalline Dominion too, are you? There's good gil to be made there. Believe you me. Yeah. When I heard them bandits had blown up Drake's Fang, I packed up my store and pulled me boots on. And so did you, eh? I did have a plan to make me fortune with some
Do I look like a traitor?
How can anybody sit back and relax in a land that ain't got a whiff of the crystal's blessing no more? And that's when it hit me. If you're looking for lucre, the Dominion's the place to be. Soon enough, half a storm will be headed there. If I can get in first and set up shop, I'll have a license to mint gil. The guild masters at Canver will be beggars by comparison. I'll be famous in all four corners of Storm soon enough. I'll have a fortune that'll make me ma and pa proud.
He actually talked a lot for an NPC. Were previous FF games turn-based, or am I imagining things? I was just asking that. Yes. So so I haven't played FF 1, 2, or 3, so the original 3, and I haven't played FF 11 or 14. Those were the MMOs. And I don't really play MMOs, so I skipped those, but hopefully I will play them at some point. Because I mean, I think they both do have a storyline, like a campaign mode also. But like very traditionally, yeah, they are turn-based in the sense that everybody takes a turn and you can take as long as you want deciding on what move to make. But then there are some Final Fantasy games that have like a hybrid action and turn-based mode. So like FF7 had what they called ATB, or active time-based, or turn-based, I think. Or what was it? Active time? No, I think it was time. ATB, FF7. Let me make sure I got that right. Active time battle. That's what it was called. So it was turn-based, but it also, like, it had a timer on it. So you had a little timer and the meter would fill up, and then once it filled up, it was your turn. And then you could, you picked an action and told your character what to do, your party what to do. And but the enemies also had a meter that filled up. So as soon as you took your turn, the meter would reset and fill up again. So the faster that you attacked, or whatever you wanted to do on your turn, I guess you don't always have to attack, you could heal or whatever. The faster you took your turn, the more turns you got. So the quicker you were on making a decision during your turn, the more turns that you got. But the enemies, they also had a meter. So, and they were, they were controlled by AI. So as soon as their meter filled, they would take an action. So you couldn't take forever deciding what to do, because the enemies would just keep attacking you. And then there were like FF10, I think, was like purely time-based or turn-based, and like it went back to that. And then FF12 was kind of like a hybrid also, but like it was so FF7 was it was one of those things where like you entered into battle, like it was like a random encounter, and then you entered into battle and you'd have your party on one side, you'd have the enemies on the other side. But FF12 was like you had a battle arena, kind of like this, but you had like an area that you fought a battle in, and you could run around. But it wasn't like a hack and slash either. And they all had different systems. Like FF7 had the materia system, where materia were these like little orbs of elemental magic that you could equip onto your character. It depended on their equipment, their weapon, and their armor, how many materia slots you had. But you could like link them together. Like some of them had linked materia slots, and you could stack them together. Like you could be like strategic in how you set up your materia. So for example, there was a materia that was like 4x. It was called like 4x. And if you linked it, if you put it in a materia slot that was linked with another one, and then you put, let's say, you put like Blizzard, which is the ice magic. Let's say you put Blizzard in the other slot. So now 4x and Blizzard are linked, so every time that character casts Blizzard, it would cast 4 times. So this Final Fantasy is pretty simple. So I've got an ability menu here, and I just earn ability points. It's there on the top left, ability points, and it tells me how much it costs to either get an ability or upgrade it. And I just choose what I want, and I say, okay, give me this, and spend that much ability points on it, and that's all you need to do to progress your character. So this system is very, very simple. It's very easy, but this Final Fantasy was targeted at, to bring in people that never played Final Fantasy or weren't really familiar with it. Basically, they targeted new players to Final Fantasy. So they wanted to make it very easy. And then for the equipment, all I have is a weapon, a belt, and it's like an armlet or bracelet. And then I've got 3 accessories, and then I can choose my abilities. You can have up to 3 elemental abilities at a time, and I can choose which ones I want at a time. So right now I have 4. I can only have 3 at a time, so I choose the 3 that I want. So it's an extremely simple system because they wanted it to be more user-friendly. But some of the systems in Final Fantasy are very complicated. They're very confusing. FF8 had what they call the junction system, and it was really hard to understand. You had to junction or link certain spells to your abilities, and then the more of a spell you had, the more powerful your ability was. And then the spells didn't cost MP or magic points. You had to draw them. So you
supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
So you would have certain draw points around the world, and you would draw spells. So let's say I wanted to draw, I needed Blizzard spells, and I would go to a drop, or I don't remember how else you could get the spells, but you would get a certain, they were items, you would get a certain amount of spells, and then you could use them. They were consumable items. You would use them. If I decided I want to cast Blizzard, that would use up one of my Blizzard spells, and then I'd have to go get more once I ran out. It was really weird. It was a really weird system.
Water for hire. Best service at the best price.
What do you think, girl?
So this is basically an ARPG. Yes. Yeah, so was the last one. I think, I think these days people are going away from the more traditional RPG style games, and because this is what everybody wants these days is just more action. People want these days, they want really fast-paced action combat. There's no, so I'm not seeing a lot of things I would traditionally see in an RPG, especially a Final Fantasy in this game. For example, I haven't seen any puzzles. Puzzles usually are a big part of Final Fantasy games, not in this one. Not that that's necessarily bad, it's just different. There's no mini games. They used to have a whole bunch of mini games. None of those. I mean, there are a lot of things that I miss about Final Fantasy games, but they did bring back a whole lot of stuff as well. Like, but they're more like callbacks or throwbacks and like references to OG Final Fantasy stuff. They didn't really implement like features. So in FF7, there was a place called the Golden Saucer. And it was a whole, like, it was like a whole arcade theme park place. And it was just full of mini games. Like, you could go there and you could just play all these different mini games. So that was so much fun. But they haven't had that in a long time. And then FF8 had a card game. I mean, I don't remember any mini games or anything like that in FF9 or 10 or 12. Or 13 or 15. So I'd say, I guess, I mean, I'll have to look it up. Because I could be wrong, because I played these Final Fantasies a long time ago. But I think since, like, FF9, there hasn't been, like, a mini game.
I'm cheap. Out of my sight.
But I know there were definitely puzzles in FF12.
Wonders from across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes.
I don't think there were really any puzzles in FF15. Ooh, that looks good.
How much? For a measly crust of bread?
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. You're more than welcome to look.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an exception? Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go and find Good, shall we?
So, and everything here is a fight. Like, you get everything through a battle. Like, there's no puzzles to get anything. Like, if you need something, it's always a fight. You're always, like, sent off to fight something. I'm like, okay, you could have thrown in something different. You could have made it a puzzle or, like, you know, outwitting somebody instead of just a fight. After playing D2R for a while, I've had my fill of ARPGs for a while, I think. D2R? What's D2R?
Trader's pass. No? Then fuck off.
So rude.
Let us through.
I'll take the
There's Goots.
Goots. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Oh boy.
Slow down, Goots. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
Diablo 2 Resurrected. Okay. The only Diablo I played was 3, but I really liked it.
Don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where! I've got a pal in Buck lad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure nothing else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Go to the Crimson Caravans and ask for the owner. It's the place with the red chocobo on the sign. Big red chocobo.
All right, I need to look up the correct pronunciation of that because I always called them chocobos, and so did everybody else I know who liked Final Fantasy. They always said chocobo.
Red chocobo, then.
But everybody in this game says chocobo. I'm not even sure. I don't remember in FF15. I don't remember what they said. I mean, they had voice acting in it, but I don't remember if they said chocobo or chocobo.
Stops next to the checkpoint.
But I'm also not sure if it's because most of the people in this game have accents. So I'm not sure if it's the accent or if that's how it's actually pronounced. Okay, there's the sign, but before we do that, I am going to take a break and I will be right back. Okay. Let's get back to Red Chocobo sign. I bet she's going to ask me to do something that probably involves fighting.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
10 million? Jesus.
Oh, wait! Don't go, El. He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Boklad? I gather Lady Karen didn't send you.
Well, actually, she did.
So what trouble have you got yourself
Well, she sent
into
Goots
this
anyway.
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh. Goots told us
Wouldn't that mean he's a better target?
Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then...
why don't we punish them? Teach them stealing is wrong. People don't learn if you just let them get away with it.
Pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose...
I've not played any of the Baldur's Gate games, but kind of interested in 3. I haven't played any of those either.
Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
Well, we already know we can't get through the gate without one. That's what they said at the gate.
Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion, Goots?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
All right. We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
Ah, another normal name.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
You accept the crimson collar from Eloise.
The proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
We've formed something of a merchant's guild to get to the bottom of our pickpocketing problem. The furniture maker by the coach stop is gathering the reports.
I looked through the rest of me stuff, and now else was missing, just me pass. But that was the only thing that really mattered. We can't ride the caravan without it. And it's not as if I'm getting another. It was hard enough getting this one. Oh, please, Clive, you've got to help us get it back. You me only owe.
So typically in Final Fantasy games, they have really unusual names like Noctis or Titus or Yuna or Renoa. But in this game, I mean, Goots is an unusual name, but in this game, they have very, like, names that we're used to. Like Clive and Jill, Eloise, Sid. Well, there's always a Sid in every, so that's another thing about Final Fantasy, is that there's always a Sid. There's always a character named Sid. But else, who else was here? Okay, Otto.
Trader's pass. No passage.
Joshua. Martha.
Peaches and pears.
But that might be they might have chosen to do that because they wanted to appeal to new players.
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
Have a word with the fishmonger back there by the gate. She's been looking into who the culprits might be.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Come, taste my peaches. They're sweet.
Tight-fisted swines. You should come with me to the Dominion. Life will be different.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you? Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know, then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
All right, then.
I'm gonna get ready for bed. Thanks for the stream. All right, Gabriel, thank you so much for hanging out and for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
The little scamps you'll see running
Have a good
around here
night.
might be naughty, but I don't see any of them being involved in this. Still, they might have heard something. Can't hurt to ask.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
All right, so here's another way that they make it very easy
Caravan stops next to the
for players is they tell you exactly where to go. So like this kid here is just highlighted already for me. Like I could have run around like this. There's another kid highlighted for me. Like I could have run around and you know, in older Final Fantasy games, it wouldn't tell you exactly who to go to. You'd have to figure it out yourself. But they'd tell you the general area you need to go. But this makes it very easy because they just tell you exactly who you need to talk to.
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Only thing you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about to tell you to do?
Sorry.
What?
Leave you alone.
Don't be sorry. You're rude.
Just leave me alone.
You're rude as hell. Oh, these are nice.
Did you hear about the Empire's Black Shields? Apparently they've been going around Imperial lands stringing up bearers.
What a waste!
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling, you know what to tell them.
I picked a hole in my pocket once. Is that bad too?
I guess that would be pickpocketing.
Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
He'll probably be by the tents. You won't hurt him, will you?
Not if he doesn't deserve it.
Come on!
Peaches and pears.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
This looks like a very hot climate, and Clive is in all this like black leather and heavy clothing.
Must have been the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
Daddy, I'm hungry. That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we'd robbed his boots off him. Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now. What do we do?
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Hunter, where are you going?
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
Do it again. We promise.
I'll watch these two. You go after Honza.
Chocobo's so cute. I love the way they lie down. It's so cute. They put their feathers over their feet.
That's that then.
Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the Chocobo pen, but...
Thank you.
Okay. Not a very good hiding spot.
Oh, shit. Cornered.
It's all right, Hansa. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Call themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hansa.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him!
I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him!
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Okay, so why did the kid not come out and say, like, hey, no, it's not them?
What are you doing with these people?
Theo, also a normal name.
You're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister?
Hello there, Rebecca and everybody. How's it going? Hey, Bahamut. It's going good. How are you? How's your weekend been?
Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just a back and a blade. Theodore.
I mean, also, we've only talked to her for like 5 seconds, so... Yeah, why would she?
Theodore, what do you know of the Cast Stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends...
We didn't. We just asked him some questions.
Some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
GZ comes out, attacks without talking. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we definitely could have avoided that. If that kid... I mean, that kid was still there. Like, he could have been like, no, it's not them.
Oh, where
I'm
is
sorry.
it?
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the Cast Stones and we crush them.
Of course.
You get your traders pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then.
See, it's always just like, go kill a bunch of stuff.
Where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leighton's Cleft.
Well, what would...
Leighton's Cleft, then.
What would Hansa have to worry about if we're gonna kill them all? Doesn't matter if they find out...
Leighton's Cleft is to the south past the camp.
Doesn't matter if they find out Hansa told us about them.
It looked like they were about to turn into Leighton's Cleft before they spotted me.
You can do it, Clive.
Okay, thanks for the vote of confidence, Goots. I'm doing great today. I'm glad to hear that, Bahamut. You do anything fun today? Or interesting? Today was a pretty typical Sunday for me.
Daddy.
Slept, worked out, watched some Netflix, played with my dog, went grocery shopping.
That's the one who's been sticking his nose in our business.
You should have minded your... Over here!
What? How do they know? We just started asking about them. How did they know already? So this is definitely something I wish they had done differently. Like, everything is always a fight. Like, give us some puzzles, or like maybe we have to outwit somebody or something. I don't know.
I doubt these were the ringleaders.
But do something other than a fight.
We're on the right track.
Coming through to show some love. Hope all is well. Hey, Sainted. I thank you so much for coming by. Really appreciate it. How are you? All is well? How's your weekend going? I had a pretty uneventful weekend. I was just like doing errands and shopping. Okay. I mean, this isn't really like we just go a few steps and then we get into a fight, then we go a few steps, get into another fight.
Not a bad haul today, eh?
Aye. Some of our new recruits are natural-born ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. That Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It will be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Scum.
The leaders of the cast stones, I take it.
They don't deserve any mercy, Clive.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
I think he's ready now.
Fuck. It's that guard from Bockland. Kill him. Kill them all.
I'm good, love. It went really well. Just relax this week. Nice. Are you still playing this game? Staggered again.
And they say crime doesn't pay. Gold chains, rings, purses. And traders' passes. Dozens of them.
Have the names been changed?
Well, no, it doesn't really pay because we just killed them all.
I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course. Oh, and be sure to tell her of the part I played, won't you?
We'll be glad.
Okay. Why wouldn't we mention him? Or just pretend we did it all ourselves?
This pass will be in here somewhere. It might take a while to find it, though. You should go back to Boglad and give my sister the good news.
Okay, so when I talk, I mean, I always talk to NPCs after a quest or a battle or something just to make sure I didn't miss anything, but they don't really say anything interesting. It's just kind of like a recap.
Come on.
Of what's happened. This kind of reminds me of FF15. In 15, they had these ruins. I mean, not exactly the same ones, but something similar. Like you could see the stuff that looked very similar if you just ran around the world.
I can walk from here.
What? Who said we could walk from here? And there are chocobos allowed in here. How come we can't take Ambrosia in here?
That's that then.
I mean, yeah, I could walk from here, but I would rather not. I guess I could have just fast traveled here.
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust?
Quite the opposite.
So it was the cast stones who were behind it all. Theo told me he'd been on their trail. And their demise solves 3 problems at a stroke. That of the pickpockets, the bandits pulling their strings, and the passes they were stealing. I only hope yours is among the items you recovered. Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
You are too
Alright,
kind.
I'm gonna do a chair check. Yep, how to move it up.
Here, Clive. Goots's pass. Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
I will. Thank you.
Alright, I think I have to restock on potions.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly. Would it now? Sid. Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
As you now know all too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
I had no idea.
It just so happens that we are seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join forces with than the leader in the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together again?
It would be our pleasure.
And our honor.
The honor is ours.
Wait. Do we have to pay them for this? They seem to be very into getting money and not, like, being part of the cause.
What is it?
Elle has friends in high places, while I have associates in, lower ones. That mark is proof that you're a friend to us both.
The two emblems are joined to form the collar and compass, okay?
I shall bear it with pride.
Well, all that remains is to wish you a safe onward journey.
Wow. That's why it's called Onward.
You a place on the
caravan. Quest.
But if you encounter any difficulties, we would be delighted to provide you with a coach of our own. For a discounted price, of course. Say, 9 million?
We'll try the caravan.
See, if you really believed in our cause, why are you going to charge me 9 million? I don't mind fighting or asking questions and helping out business with that fight. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, why? Like, I mean, I think at least they could have thrown in some quests where you, like, have to outwit somebody. Reduces thunderstorm cooldown time by 2.7 seconds. Trader's Pass. The raised letters upon the square of burnished bronze read, "By the order of the Board of Delegates is the bearer of this token, bestowed all rights and permissions merited a Dominion merchant."
Right then. Let's get this back to Goots.
And then it's on to the Dominion.
Anything I can do for you?
Ask about Theodore. If my sister is the smiling face of the Crimson Caravans, then I am the scowl. She brings in the customers, I scare off those who'd prey on them.
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Eloise always did have a talent for business. I prefer working with my hands, or rather my fists. And there are plenty of bandits and beasts out there to keep me busy.
All the better.
The Crimson Caravans has a reputation to uphold, and I need to keep my skills well honed. Ask about the Boklad checkpoint. Half the wagons that come through Boklad nowadays are full of people fleeing for the Dominion, and half of them go no further than the gate, where their cries soon blend in with all the others. Let us through, we can't live without magic. They'll give us new crystals in Twinside.
Fools, the lot of them.
If they love magic so much, they should have tried being born a bearer. Ask about the cast stones.
Criminals and cowards.
Who bully the desperate and dispossessed into doing their bidding. And also they could keep their own hands clean. It's no wonder it took me a while to track them down. If it hadn't been for you and Jill, I might never have found them, still less brought them to justice.
So thank you.
I'd offer you a share in the spoils if it didn't all belong to other people.
Farewell then.
So if they have speech bubbles that are layered like that, then it means they have multiple things to say.
Something
like
I can
this.
help you with?
Like all these dialogue options. Alright, did my chair go down again? Because it looks like I look very short and... Oh, it did go down again. I just put it back up. Ask about Eloise.
Why, I am what you see.
The proprietress of the Crimson Caravans, the best and known trusted porterage firm in Boklad. There are less expensive options, it's true, but customers choose us for two reasons. We're reliable and we don't ask questions. Our wagons stand ready to transport anything you might want moved discreetly, be that possessions you'd rather others didn't know about, or even people.
It can be a risky business.
But what we make from moving the former, we spend on improving our ability to transport the latter. You might even consider us competitors of the infamous Sid the Outlaw, had he and I not reached an agreement. Ask about the Boklad markets.
This being a border town,
merchants often stop in on their way to the Crystalline Dominion to carry out any final business in the Republic. And the locals are only too pleased to oblige by weighing their wagons down with local specialities before they leave, and lightening their purses in the process. Well, what if a visitor doesn't have a wagon of their own? Why, then it falls to porters like ourselves to provide one.
or at least it did.
Lately, most passers-through journey to the Dominion in search of a safe haven rather than a tidy profit. And who can blame them? Some things are more important than commerce, after all. Ask about the children.
Don't worry about Hansa and the others.
They will be safe with us. But there will be more little ones abandoned at the gates, and they too may turn to crime in their desperation to survive. Especially if the cast stones or some other ill-intentioned element decide to give them no choice in the matter. It's up to those of us who care to see that it doesn't happen. Okay, wait, I think I read that wrong.
Don't worry about Hansa.
Especially if the cast stones or some other ill-intentioned element decide to give them no choice in the matter. It's up to those of us who care to see that that doesn't happen. No, there were 2 that's. Okay, wait a minute. But we killed the cast stones, so they don't exist anymore. I mean, we at least killed the leaders. Okay, I think I already went back there. Oh, some side quests popped up. Oh, 3 of them. Well, first let's restock on potions. I think I used 1. Yes, I did use 1. And I think I got a gill bug. Oh, I have 4 gill bugs. And a goblin coin.
Looking for.
Out of my sight. Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Pardon me, but would you... That well-notched steel and impressive physique. I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts said to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, were you ever party to a finer proposition?
My arms are yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
Wait. Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells.
Okay, well, hopefully all of these side quests will be around the same area, so I can just hit them all at once.
Sure he doesn't get himself killed.
I mean, it seems like that's the way they designed a lot of these side quests. Like, I get multiple side quests, and then they all just end up being in the same area. Another way that they make things pretty easy for you.
Our new arrivals.
Now I just need to see about getting the work. I want to know right away.
Bad news.
Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with.
What exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All 3 of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. 3 of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
That's the whole quest.
There are plenty of hard-working folk here in Boklad, but my 3 friends deserve a tipple more than most. You let them know there's a cup of fine wine waiting for them when they're ready.
hear the brothers found another victim.
Okay, hopefully this quest won't turn into something that's like, oh, well, actually, I need something first. And then I have to go fight something.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
The Empire's your enemy, not us.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment. There's nothing like a good drink to drown your sorrows. No one knows sorrow like us gate guards.
Wow, it's already 10:35.
Come taste my peaches.
I'll take them.
This game makes time go by pretty quick.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Oh, that's nice.
Boklad clearly isn't suffering then.
It comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from Sanbrek, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow.
Oh, I love
When he
curiosities.
set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
Ooh, look at all that stuff he has. Looks really good.
Keeping a cut of something special by for just such an occasion.
You know what? I mean, I like ham. It's fine. It's not my favorite meat though, but I love bacon. I love bacon and sausage. But if it's just like ham, like slices of ham, like I'll eat it, but it's like not my favorite. And like pork loin too is like, I'm like, okay, that's all right.
I must leave for the. I've been asked to find.
Or like pork chop.
I don't suppose that's.
I'm like, it's all right.
That's me right now.
Although there is a restaurant nearby that has like the best pork chop.
He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sanbrek.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
Most men would keep a fine vintage like a Gotan 66 to themselves. But not our innkeeper. He's a true gent, that one.
Okay, I don't see why the innkeeper couldn't have told his friends himself, because he was like, oh, well, I would, but I can't leave the servant girl alone. She's new. But all he's doing is just standing out here.
If our new arrivals had brought any coin with them,
we'd be rich.
Okay, and then also the tavern keeper is out here, so why couldn't she help? And also is like, why is the servant girl alone? There's only one servant girl. The Wheel and Crescent invites all traders and travelers, weary of foot, parched of throat, and light of belly, to rest a while within our premises. No bearers in the snug. Oh, they don't allow bearers. It's not very nice.
I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a
nice of him.
customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right. I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 60 bloody 6. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside.
A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the three pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous and many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Aw.
True word spoken.
That's true. That really was the whole quest? Alright. I mean, I guess at least I leveled up out of it. I was expecting one of them to be like, well, I can't go yet until I get my goods back from these thieves and you have to go fight them for me and get it back.
For a handful of coins.
I owe these remarkable gentlemen more than a few paltry cups of wine, even if it is the finest wine in all of Valesphere.
Oh, there's nothing like a cup or 5 of good wine to wash away the aches of the road.
5 cups of wine? That's a lot. Okay, so we're gonna go pick up that other side quest right there.
Let me carry your goods.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
I can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
Whatever left poor Joseph Grey didn't leave him jaded. Kind-hearted man like him doesn't deserve to meet his end, chasing thieves.
A porter in Bokland has had her packs ransacked and seeks someone to go after the sellsword whose help she enlisted to track down the culprits. An excitable scholar of Zemeckien history hires Clive to watch over him while he investigates some ruins near Bokland, then promptly disappears before his newly hired bodyguard can so much as blink. Okay, ask around the markets about the missing sellsword. Okay, so that's... I guess we'll just do this on the way.
There are no crystals here. We have to keep going.
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know? Buggered off down the road, I expect. Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
Why are people so rude around here? She could have just said, you know, sorry, I'm not sure, I didn't see which way he went. Instead of like, how was I supposed to know that?
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin if you know what's here.
Really? So they're terrorizing people like literally right outside of this place?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel.
Oh, this is the other side quest.
Ruins. A relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them. With very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckien history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
He's passionate.
Oh, okay, so this side quest is a little bit further. So I wonder if the icons are this fallen. Like the fallen's supposed to be some kind of ancient race, and all these ruins are what's left behind of the fallen civilization. And I wonder if Ultima was a fallen.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. And those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thief.
I guess people are really rude around here because they're very
She said
suspicious.
there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shush now. You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
I know Mum was only trying to scare me, But I'm not afraid of goblins. Not the little ones, anyway.
Okay, so, of course, when there's gonna be a fight. Sounds like with goblins. What? Can I jump up there? Oh, I can.
Did Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here?
So you can't jump that high unless the game decides they want you to jump that high. But there will be a little arrow that tells you where you can jump, but normally Clive can only jump that high. Oh, what was that? Ancient sword. Not as good as what I have. A marked lack of weapons left from the Age of the Fallen could either suggest theirs was a society in which peace prevailed or one in which those in power were unable to be contested. Those few weapons that do remain are found to be extremely lightweight and nigh indestructible, but unfortunately impossible to duplicate in modern-day forges. I wonder if I need this to forge a new weapon. Okay, yeah, so it's this way. Yeah, there are goblins. I mean, the mom was telling the truth.
I think we found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me.
Goblin prince.
Nice try.
Why are the other goblins not coming down? Okay, so these are the thieves, but where's the guy, the mercenary? He's got a lot of HP. I mean, he's only level 30. Goblin Punch. That is also an OG enemy attack. Why does it say enemy bested? And then sometimes it says enemy slain. Oh, it's when the... Okay, right. It's when you don't kill them. This says enemy bested.
Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know what that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead and all the missing food. I launched myself at them, full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them? And earn their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such
What?
barren lands. So
Then how did they get here?
I've been teaching them.
What?
And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Me neither.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's
I mean, how do we know for sure that the goblins swore off thieving? They can't talk to us. But that quest ended in a very interesting way.
I'd always thought of goblins as mindless savages. But if I'm honest, I like them better than half the men I've served with.
Yeah, this is very unusual because goblins are just like monsters. So I do like that I think the side quests in this game are pretty interesting. Like, I do like that they ended that in a way that you like didn't really expect. Because I mean, I've been saying this like even during this stream. I've been saying like everything's a fight. Like I just go kill stuff. And all these side quests is just killing stuff. And then that one actually ended up in not killing monsters. I mean, I still had to fight. But I didn't kill them. Heyo, Kelsey, hello, how are you? See, okay, see, now I gotta kill goblins.
Who's first?
Over here! This way.
I'm good, how about you? I am good. How's your weekend been? I'm good, nothing too exciting. I started a new position at work recently. I've only been there for a few weeks. It's still the same company, it's just a new position. And it wasn't a promotion or anything, it's just a lateral move, but I just felt like it was time to move on from my other position.
You're going to get yourself killed. Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all.
Well, then stop running off.
Majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods. And great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward. History awaits.
Okay. He hired Clive to be his bodyguard, but then he just keeps running off. Good, thanks. Oh, you liking it? Yeah, so far. I mean, I've only been there a few weeks. But yeah, it's been good. What's new with you? How's married life? What? I don't understand where I'm supposed to go. This way? Yes. Okay, these side quests are getting longer and longer. Also, how was your weekend? Of course. More enemies. See, every time he runs off somewhere, he always gets into trouble. Well, yay, sometimes change is a great thing. Yeah. And it just wasn't looking that great for my old department. Like, they just weren't doing great in revenue. And I wanted to learn some new skills, like, because this new position is going to teach me a lot of new stuff. It's awesome, nothing new to report, just enjoying life. Nice, I'm glad to hear that. Great weekend, just got home from hanging out with a friend. Oh, nice, what did you do? Okay, I'm hoping this quest doesn't go on for too much longer, because I'm already bored of it.
Still in one piece?
It would seem so. Once more I am in your debt, and once more you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late.
Aw, he was just lonely.
So I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
Okay, so that is the end of this quest. I'm off to do the sleep thing. Have a great stream. Good night. All right, Kelsey. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out.
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
Getting longer and longer to get these main quests done because I keep doing side quests. It reduces upheaval cooldown time by 3.5 seconds.
Truly, knowledge is a gift all the greater when shared. Thank you once again.
Porter for hire. Best service at the best.
Joseph's fine. We'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. He found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here, for your troubles.
So she hired one mercenary, disappeared, and then she hired another mercenary to go find that mercenary.
No doubt Joseph had quite the adventure. I look forward to hearing all the details when he gets back.
Oh, so he's gonna have to make up a story then, because he told me not to tell anybody about the goblins. Okay, so that's all the side quests in this area. Alright, so I think we can get on with the main quests then. Oh, this is part of... I guess they just add it to the Dhalmekia map, because I was over here before. Now I'm in a completely different area of Dhalmekia. But I didn't realize they like combine it all in one map. I think I need to restock on potions. Where's that merchant?
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Peaches and pears.
Come on, come on!
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
You won't find anything of this quality.
Oh, back all the way over there. Okay, but luckily I can just fast travel to this fast travel point, and he's like right next to it. I completely passed him.
What are you looking for?
Okay, only used one potion.
A discerning eye.
Oh, wait a minute. I think we got stuff to sell.
Won't find a finer array this side of the strait.
You're sure you don't need it?
Okay, so I just keep getting more and more gil, because I really don't need to spend a lot of gil. Alright, so at this point we're gonna save manually. I know it autosaves. It autosaves a lot actually, but I always like to have a manual save. 808 ability points. I'll need 1,000 to upgrade what I want to upgrade next. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break and I'll be right back. All right, so we are back. So the only goal for this stream is to finish this main quest Onward, because quests have been getting a lot longer lately, so it's been harder to finish multiple main quests lately. So I'm gonna take a look at a walkthrough really quick and just see how far we are. Because I, like, last night, I guess I was, like, estimating around, like, 70% done. But with the side quests getting so long, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's still accurate. So, I mean, I'd still say, that, like, this is still around, like, 70%, maybe, like, 71%. But the quests are just, like, getting a lot. Okay. So, let's go continue the Onward. Maybe we'll be able to finish this pretty quick. I don't know how much longer it is. Like, when I look at a walkthrough, it's usually just to see how far I am in the game. I don't really, like, look at the actual walkthrough.
What I really want to be is
Here you are, Good. Try not to lose it again.
Me pass! You found it! Oh, thank you so much. Nan would have killed me if I'd come back without it.
No, she wouldn't have.
Thanks to Elle and Theo, too.
So should you, Hansa. You and your friends don't have to steal anymore. If anyone threatens you again, you know who to turn to.
We do. And we already have. Miss Elle's given us a job shifting the chocobo shit out the stables. It's hard work, and the pay isn't half what we got from the stones. But if we stick at it, we'll keep ourselves fit.
You stick at it then.
And Goots, I'm sorry for stealing your pass.
That's all right. I've got it back now.
Well, she charges so much for a caravan. She should be paying them more.
You're trained to be a blacksmith, right?
She should be paying...
Customer. I'm gonna save up all my gil and get you to make me a massive sword.
Oh, that's so cute. Eloise should be paying them just as much as what they got from the stones. Because now they're gonna think that being a criminal is better.
All right. We have a place on the wagon. Remember, Goots, we're mercenaries. You hired us to protect you.
Mercenaries.
And you remember the plan? You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts, then find our own way in.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
Right. And we'll scout out the Imperial's defenses.
There's a square with a big bell tower right in the middle of town. If you get lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
All right. Let's go.
So Jill doesn't have a brand on her face. If she wants to not be... If she wants to, you know, hide the fact that she's a bearer or a dominant, she should wear gloves on both hands. Because she has a glove on that hand because that's... her hand got all crystal cursed. But it looks more sus to have it on just one hand.
I see. And you're quite certain your father has no knowledge of Ultima?
I am.
What?
I have no
He's meeting with Joshua?
Sinister force has come to exert an influence on Sanbreque. But be that as it may, it is yet to claim my father. For better or worse, his radiance speaks his own mind.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts. And more than a few at that. A beast that labors to plunge Valisthea into turmoil, all in pursuit of your brother. But that wound is proof enough that evil is afoot.
Then I have your answer, Your Highness. You will join me in my fight.
cannot. Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dhalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations. I know the fate of your people.
Machinations? I thought it was machinations.
If you do not put an end to Ultima's plans, they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss. The lives of every man, woman, and child in the Twins are at stake.
I believe what you say, Phoenix. But I have duties of my own, and I must discharge them. Come what may. What do you know of my blood?
I know that it is wholly unworthy of the highest offices of state, which rightly belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies!
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, his radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut. May your fire reduce his enemies to ash, till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war shall spread ever wider, just as Ultima wishes.
Forgive me. My family has caused you much grief.
How does Dion know about Ultima?
Not a keeper, Phoenix. This is a matter for the Imperial household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it. At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
Maybe Joshua is the one who told Dion about Ultima? But then how does he know Ultima's real?
Terence.
My prince.
Tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
I
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness.
Oh, he's a dragoon.
Follow him unto the very end.
Thank you. And this is my decree. For their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella, usurping son, shall be put to death.
Oh boy.
Empire restored.
I don't think this is going to end well. Hopefully Dion stays alive. He seems like a good guy. He's just trying to do the right thing. Oh, it looks like we're going to get the other mother crystal over here, the crystalline dominion. For years, Drake's Tale has provided this relatively tiny nation with a wide-reaching influence rarely afforded nations of the same size. So after this one, there's only one left, which is... So I guess Ash only has one crystal. But I guess they have less people over there also. I think everybody moved over to Storm because they have most of the crystals. No, Torgal. He's just ignoring all the chaos around him.
One would never guess that these people stood on the brink of war.
They're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge. Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
I mean, how fast is he going to be able to get there? Oh, wait a minute. He's not at the hideaway. He went to go help their uncle. Or not their uncle, Clive's uncle. But wait a minute. Clive's uncle would still not be close by. Torgal's trying to tell you something.
What is it, boy?
What's happening?
I don't know.
Somebody else started a fire instead of you. Whoa! That was a big jump. I didn't know Torgal could jump that high.
This way.
No, they can jump too. Not as big as Torgal jumps. So is this the new main quest?
The city's on fire.
I'm sure Goots is fine. He'll be making for the square.
Yep, fire in the sky. Clive and Jill are ensconced in a twinside tavern, busily plotting their attack on Drake's Tale when the night air rings out with the sound of explosions in the city. They spring into action, setting out to rescue Goots from from the spreading flames and learn the cause of this chaos. Okay, well, I've accomplished my stream goal, which was to finish Onward.
The one with the bell tower, in the middle of town, right?
Yeah, that is where he told us to meet. What? How are we supposed to get down? Oh. Guess we go this way.
Any guard, watchman, or sentry is to be slain on sight. But spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear. The people are...
Those were Imperial Dragoons. What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right. But first we find Goots.
I just hope he's all right.
I sense a whole bunch of fights coming up.
You there! Identify yourself!
Do we have to?
Attack! Quickly! Cut them down! Over here!
So is this because Dion gave that order about Annabella and Olivier being sentenced to death? But wait a minute, why would this happen? I mean, he's in charge of the Dragoons.
This one.
I mean, I guess I'm supposed to be just as confused on what's happening as Jill and Clive.
This one.
Really, Jill? She just stood there, took the jump.
dragoons. What is this then? A civil war?
Well, actually, yeah. Okay, I guess that is what's happening because Dion is trying to sentence Annabella and Olivier to death, although I don't know if he has that authority because Olivier was announced as the next emperor. Yeah, so we're in Sanbreque. Yeah. Well, I guess Clive's right. That is what's happening.
Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
Well, let's hold that thought.
Get him!
But the thing is, the thing that I'm confused about is how is Dion supposed to sentence Annabella and Olivier to death? He doesn't really have authority. I mean, he's just the prince.
There it is. The bell tower.
Right. Let's go.
Wait, what? I automatically used a potion? I thought I used one already. Well, I'm full up on potions, so I must have gotten one somewhere else and didn't notice.
Ah.
Because I'm pretty sure I used one during the Dragoon Lancer fight.
Where in Grieger's name did you come from?
I'm kind of confused. I don't know. I'm still confused as to what exactly is going on, though. So, because, I mean, there's a whole bunch of citizens in this place. So Dion is going around killing citizens? Doesn't make any sense.
Get him!
Oh, no, those are Sanbreque soldiers, I guess. Yeah, okay, so I don't see any civilian bodies, so I guess they're just killing all the soldiers. I mean, there's gotta be civilian casualties.
Intruders! Defend the gate!
Also, why are they automatically attacking us? Because they're like, oh, intruders, but how do you know, like, we're obviously don't look like Sanbrequian soldiers, or I don't know what you call it, Sanbreque soldiers? So why would they be attacking us? Like, they shouldn't have any problem with us. They should just be like, okay, get out of here. It's dangerous right now. Doesn't really make sense that they would attack us on sight.
This one. Get him. Over here.
Alright, I mean, maybe we'll get a better explanation at the end of all this.
We'll have to find a way around.
I mean, I still don't fully understand, like, everything that's going on in this game because everything's gotten, like, really complicated. Especially when you introduce these kind of, like, political stories into these games. Like, nations at war with each other, they get really complicated really quickly.
Stop! In the name of His Highness!
Also, I'm guessing that Dion wouldn't be very happy with us that we killed a whole bunch of his dragoons.
This one. Fire and flame!
I mean, he's working with Joshua, so we're on the same side.
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
In the prince's name, none shall pass. Let's try.
So they've just been giving me potions and high potions like crazy. But as we discussed in my other stream, like I was saying, it seemed like they designed the game to like draw in new players because they make it very easy. Like it's not typical of Final Fantasy games to have these mechanics be like pretty easy. But the way and the system is very simple, very easy to use. Usually they have pretty complicated character progression systems. I'm just surprised at a lot of the mechanics that they chose to do. But in my stream the other day, I did hear from one of my viewers that one of the lead creators of this game said that they did design it to draw in new players of Final Fantasy, which makes a lot of sense. Wait, this is where I came from. Oh, no, maybe it's not. I mean, they look exactly the same. Wait, how am I supposed to know which direction I need to go in? It won't give me a map. Okay, I think I do have to go in this direction, but these rooms look exactly the same as where I came from. Okay, yeah, it is this way.
Enemies on the ramparts! Kill them!
How do you know I'm an enemy? This is what I'm so confused about. How do they know? They don't even know who I am. How do they know I'm an enemy? So as far as I understand it, Dion is the commander of the Dragoons. He wants to sentence Arabella and Olivier to death for being traitors. Which I don't know exactly how he's going to charge them with that. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what their crime was. Being traitors in Sanbreque. I mean, Annabella was definitely a traitor in Rosaria. Oh, right. She told the Emperor that Dion was planning a rebellion when he wasn't. But then, wouldn't you think that the Emperor would have, like...
Can you see him anywhere?
...investigated some more? Because that's a pretty serious charge. Is that Bahamut? Because if it is, that means we're fighting Dion.
It must be one of the Dragoon's pets.
Nope, not Bahamut. White Dragon.
Nice try.
Or actually, I guess it could be Bahamut. Revealed to be Bahamut later, maybe? But the icons are huge. So if this was Bahamut, he'd have to be bigger, I'd expect. Dragon Dance. I think that was also an OG Final Fantasy attack. No, I didn't know that it did that with bigger enemies. Like, I mean, it had like a whole different animation. I mean, it does do that with bigger enemies, but this one's like an extra large enemy, I guess. It had a different animation than just doing it with the big enemies. Alright, he's almost dead. I don't think I'm gonna need to use my limit break. Well, that's definitely not Bahamut. White worm bone. Being fiercely territorial in nature, it is rare for dragons to attain any considerable size in the wild, as constant infighting ensures that most die young. Those bred and trained in isolation by the Empire, however, do not face this problem, allowing them to grow to unthinkable proportions. Ah. So I needed this for something. Oh, I have 3 of them. I needed this for something to forge. It was like something good that I can't remember, but once I get back to the hideaway, I'll find out.
Over here, Clive! Are you alright?
Dudes, there you are.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
Who did? I guess the dragoons did.
Let's get out of here.
Oh.
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there?
Okay, that one's Bahamut, I'm pretty sure. Yep, that one's Bahamut. What are you doing? You're killing your own people.
Your Highness, don't do this.
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yot. But I must.
Yeah, that's what I said. It doesn't make any sense. What is that? What?
So, what do we do now then?
We destroy the heart.
Well, you might come back!
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
I don't understand how he made a new crystal.
And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then so am I. I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out yous need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free. Nana'd never forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
So Karen is gonna donate a whole bunch of money to the cause, but she won't give us potions for free? Oh, okay.
Do yous need out? I've got some good stuff for yous.
Diamond sword. A cursory inspection of this hefty broadsword will reveal diamonds on neither its hilt nor its blade. So why then the use of precious gemstone in its name? The answer lies in its blade, into which the dust of fallen runes has been hammered during its forging, rendering it nigh unbreakable, much like a diamond. Okay, actually, I think I have seen that one before. Not as good as my sword. Silken sash. Centuries ago, the farmers of Canver discovered that silk produced by the pestilent crawlers that plagued their fields could be harvested and woven into a fine thread. Not long after, the free cities became home to the realm's finest magnaries. Okay, I've read this before because I didn't know what magnaries were, and I found out they were it just means silk farm. Quickly transforming it into one of the richest trading ports on Storm. Diamond armlets, yeah, I've seen that. I don't know why these are listed as new. I guess maybe they're new. They're new to being sold here. Because I've read all their descriptions before.
Right on, here you go.
I have never used an elixir.
What else I can do for you?
The big hammer. Wait a minute, he can forge stuff? Oh, right. He can forge stuff because, well, he was learning to become a blacksmith under Blackthorn, but how can he forge stuff here? He has no equipment. Diamond sword. Okay. Oh, maybe this is what I needed the white worm bone for, but it's not as good as my sword. So I must have wanted that before I got the Excalibur.
It's all done.
All right.
Then, no.
Well, I don't need anything. Why can't I talk to Torgal?
You be brave now, boy.
Torgal's always brave. Alright, well, I guess we can move on. Oh man, I forgot about this. I completely forgot about the active time lore. Drake's Tail, a mother crystal located in the Crystalline Dominion. It is one of only 5 remaining in Valisthea, and is the largest of its kind. Silhouetted by the setting sun, the islands of the Dominion spread out before it. The tail is truly a wonder to behold. A nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm, with Twinside as its capital. Apparently not content with the upheaval caused by removing his court to the recently seized crystalline dominion, Sylvester Lesage chose to compound the uncertainty by installing his second son, Olivier, as a Holy Emperor while still a child. The Warden of Light, whose powers dwells within Dion Lesage, Prince of Sambrec. In the Holy Empire, the Gregorian faithful hold dragons to be sacred creatures, and Bahamut the most sacred of them all. Because of this, as well as the protection it grants them, the icon is loved and revered by the imperial populace. Dominant of Shiva and trusted confidant of Clive, leader of the new hideaway. Together, they continue Sid's mission to emancipate bearers and rid the realm of mother crystals. It's weird that they haven't filled out her entry anymore.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the crystal's curse.
Proceed towards the heart. I guess this is the last thing I can do during this stream.
It's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
Cheers.
And I dare say we'll
Didn't go down, I guess.
again before the night is done. No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Ether. Just what we need. Another flood.
It's already turned then.
And there's no reason to hold back.
I don't think we ever held back anyway. Some very somber music we have right now.
Nice try.
Oh, lick. Is he the only one left? Alright, if so, I think so. If so, it should be easy enough. Oh, okay, well, he was the only one left until new enemies emerged.
Nice try.
Okay. This is not the way up, I guess. Oh no, it is. Okay, I think it's that way. Is there anything over here? No. I mean, sometimes I do appreciate like a super linear game where you literally cannot go anywhere. Because it just makes it really simple.
Who's that?
Joshua.
Phoenix. Joshua.
Oh, he's tiny compared to Bahamut.
Keeping Bahamut occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming!
Okay, maybe we'll finally be reunited with Joshua.
We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
It's been 18 years since Phoenix Gate.
Come again. Not now. Fire! Over here!
What was that?
Bahamut. He'll kill us all.
Well, looks like Dion's gonna die. Not exactly sure why, but it's not looking good.
There he is. Joshua!
Dion seems like a good guy, though.
Clive. He can't hear you.
Joshua!
They're heading for the heart.
And so should we.
Okay, where did these new enemies even come from? Like, they're just hanging out. Who's casting Protect? I mean, we don't, like, have to fight them. Like, we could just run past them if we really didn't have time. And I'm not sure why that's not an option. I mean, see, we just had to make it over here and jump on this ledge. You're telling me that if we really didn't have time, we couldn't have just run over to this ledge and jumped up and left all the enemies behind?
Are those the council chambers? How are they still standing?
I don't know.
I guess she means those random buildings over there?
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
We're getting close. It looks like somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Neither do I.
That looks very futuristic.
Nice try.
Necrophobe? It looks like a sci-fi dragoon. Not sure what the name necrophobe is supposed to mean. First time seeing Firaga and Blizzaga.
I don't want to know what that is. We have to end this right now.
And Firaga, that's a new one. Must be like the 4th level of these spells. Dual cast. I think that's kind of unfair. Alright, I think I only used 2 potions. 1 or 2 potions. And that would be, like, for this game, that would be like a tougher fight, is if you use 1 or 2 potions. Increases wind-up damage by 10%.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
Wow. Nope, I only used one potion. I thought I might have used 2. Wow, I got a lot of ability points. Okay, I think we'll upgrade Rising Flames. Oh. We got a new accessory. Oh right, and it's all the favors and breaths. Okay, so I guess if it's a lightning one, it's the breath. Oh no, this one's a breath too. Okay, I guess it depends on the ability, because they're all like favor or breath of something.
We might be able to get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
Quiet. There's someone up there.
Is someone there?
Oh, Mom.
Mother.
It's you.
What happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy. My darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right.
Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferior!
So she wanted him to be the Phoenix.
Ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Joshua, my darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive when the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
Joshua! Wake up!
So he and Clive finally get reunited. Dude, Bahamut is jacked.
Shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
Oh, okay. Yeah, when did you learn how to do that?
Ifrit.
Clive.
Joshua.
Clive!
Oh, here we go. Another one of these icon battles. Mega Flare. That's the name of the Bahamut summon attack. That sounds like the music in FF7 when you fight Sephiroth.
Fuck.
What? How's he doing that? So also, I'm a little confused by the mom's logic. So she betrayed Rosaria and let Sambrek take them over because she said she needed to protect the source of the sovereignty, which to her is the Phoenix. But it doesn't work that way in Sambrek. Like, yeah, okay, in Rosaria, whoever is the Phoenix, yeah, they take over as like the ruler of the kingdom. But it doesn't work that way in Sambrek. So, what does it matter if you still have the Phoenix in your bloodline? No, Joshua coming in hot.
Joshua! No! Leave my brother alone!
Okay. You learned Spit Flare. Wow, we are hulking out.
Or face the consequences.
Well, every time he gets mad, he learns something. Clive has learned the ability Spit Flare from Bahamut. Press R2 plus triangle to release a massive stream of light that sears anything in its path. Use L to aim. Press X at any time to cancel the attack. Spit Flare 2. Extended exposure to the flare will cause enemies to become partially staggered, canceling any initiated abilities. Maintaining the flare for its maximum duration, meanwhile, will result in an enhanced finishing explosion. I don't even understand why we're fighting Bahamut in the first place. I thought Dion was on working with Joshua.
I'll come back for you.
Embodying the Phoenix again. Haven't done this since the beginning of the game. Use L while holding circle to lock onto multiple targets. Release circle to launch a volley of fireballs at all targets. All abilities available while embodying the Phoenix can be confirmed on the Abilities tab in the main menu. Oh wow, this is like a side scroller. Oh, I can hit those. We still don't have an explanation of why Clive attacked Joshua at the beginning of the game, when he was Ifrit. No, I guess if you don't stop it, then... I guess if you don't stop Gigaflare, you automatically die? Because I had firelights that I was using. Alright, well, I think we're going to try again next time. It's getting late for me and I have work tomorrow, so... Alright guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I will not be on tomorrow night because I've got early calls now on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so Tuesday I've got an early call, so I will not be online tomorrow night, but I should be back on Tuesday night, and we will try to do this again next time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye.